Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome to Sprints. I hope everything is working all right. I just spent 8 hours on a Zoom call, so I'm a bit frazzled. Hello, Kitty. How are you doing today? And what is the plan for tonight? I left the balcony sunshine for this. I mean, you could bring your laptop outside, maybe. I'm so sorry for separating you from the sunshine. That is, I appreciate your sacrifice. Hello, Mary. Welcome. What are you going to do today? What is the plan? No idea why you are doing this to yourself. You mean like having a work day where I was on a Zoom for 8 hours? We were teaching a course, and yeah, I even left early. Like they were still talking, but it's all right because like my part ended like literally like 1 minute before 5, and now they are just like chatting and wrapping up, so I don't have to be there for that. I didn't want to be like late for my own sprints, you know. But yeah, it just worked out this way, and also like immediately switching from Czech into English. So I hope I'm speaking the correct language. Correct me if I like randomly start speaking Czech. That would be, yeah. It has definitely happened to me that like I was talking to someone who doesn't speak Czech, and I was randomly speaking Czech. And yeah, I really wanted to participate in Neva sprints again, and this was the only spot that I could do, unless I wanted like 3 a.m., which I didn't want to do. So yeah, everyone, welcome, and we are part 5 of Neva's 24-hour sprint event, which is happening every month, the last weekend, last Saturday of the month. And I think this is my 3rd time participating, so I am fairly new, but I think this event is amazing. So here we are again. Hello, Charlotte. How are you doing? Hello, Barbara. And hello, Cleo. Are you hopping on the treadmill? That looked like you're ready for active sprints. Hello, Ren. How are you doing? How is the event if you've been participating in the previous parts? I just like, yeah, I was only able to say hi like during my lunch break, because like in my normal work, I would be able to be online more, but because it was a Zoom call, I wasn't able to watch another stream, unfortunately. The step is set up. Time for a workout in sprint 1. Yes, amazing. Yeah, I only did the walk on my lunch break. And like, I have to walk a bit uphill to get coffee, so it was a little bit of a workout. But yeah, I think I will be getting horizontal. But before that, I need to cook dinner, take a shower probably, and stuff like that. I'm reading the Reformatory now, 115 pages in. Amazing. Are you enjoying it? I know it's... Well, I don't remember what exactly it is about, but I think it's like tough in some way. But is it worth it so far? Thank you, Ren. And I just collected my bike, so we can still save my cycling Garmin badge this month. So is it repaired? It's good. It was quick. Yeah, I don't know if I will get any other badge. Definitely not the 20 activities. Yeah, because I mean, I started the month sick, so I like for the first 7 days I didn't have almost any steps, any activities. So yeah, that's not happening, but maybe some random ones. Listening to Daughters of Crows by Mark Lawrence. Nice. Responding. I'm reading A Good Animal. I'm at 42% and I have 160 pages to go. That's good progress. How is that? Daughter of Crows. I received a broken binding edition of that this week. Hello, Larissa. I'm about to go outside and mow the lawn. Good luck. Sounds good. Hello, Hilary. I'm reading Kings of the Wild by Nicholas Eames, maybe. Yeah, this one I've been kind of considering, but people keep saying that there's like a bro humor, which could be all right and could be not all right for me. So I'm kind of not sure, but how are you finding it? I'll be trying to finish The Walking tonight. I've heard that somewhere. Currently 265 pages in. Okay, but it's like huge, right? But I'm sure you can do it, but from what I... Wait. Or maybe it was something else. I'm not sure how huge this is, actually. I'm enjoying the book so far. It's a bit of a slow start, and there's multiple POVs. I will say that I am enjoying some POVs more than others, but I'd say the immersive read is helping me get through it. Great. Yeah, I really should start I should try out like the immersive reading, because I don't think I've ever done that. The reformatory is about one of those reform schools. There was basically prisons for teenagers in the States, set in Florida with a black MC. So yeah, not enjoying per se, but it is already ghosting. Yeah, that sounds like a tough read. I didn't know how much actual ghost there would be, or just real life horror. So I welcome the ghosties. It's horror. Okay. Yeah. I hated the humor in that, but yeah, it depends from person to person. Yeah. I'm loving it. It's a bit cheesy, but I found it pretty funny. They're in over their heads and using humor to cope, I think. Yeah, I think it's like very hard for me to say. So maybe I will give it a try sometime, but it's not super high on my list, so it would have to I would have to randomly find it somewhere, which I don't think that it's like super popular here, because yeah, in case you don't know, I'm in the Czech Republic, so we don't have that many English books here, so like I'm unlikely to like just encounter it in a secondhand bookstore super cheap, but stranger things have happened. Grammar, not gramming. But all right, I think we can jump into the first sprint shortly. I will probably go right to cooking. So I want to do sweet potato loaded fries with black beans and cheese, which is like one of my favorite recipes. I found it last year, and then since then I've been doing it like every week. It's very comforting, relatively easy. Like I just have to, cut the sweet potatoes. Then I bake it for half an hour, and then I just throw like the beans and the cheese on top. And there's that. So pretty low effort. Even though like these sweet potatoes are like huge, so it's a bit of a hassle to cut them, but should be fine. And I'm really craving something like comforting with cheese. I was like cooking so early, and then I really realized the time again. Is the time flying when you're having a good time? For me, today was quite long, especially like the afternoon. Yeah, it was long. So I'm like, this day has already had like 24 hours. But yeah, it's after 5, so almost time for dinner. because yeah, I didn't really have like a proper snack. I had lunch at 12, and then I had the coffee. I had my raspberry iced matcha with coconut milk, which was absolutely amazing. Such a nice treat. And then I don't think I ate anything, so yeah, getting a bit hungry. So yeah, let us jump into the first sprint. We will do 45 minutes. I'm not sure where that will land me. Maybe like I will have to then eat in the next sprint, but that is all right. So yeah, let's go for 45 and let's update after that. All right, that was our first sprint. How did it go? Let me know in the comments. Yeah, so I made a loaded rice. The timing ended up quite well, so I just took it out of the oven. So I'm going to eat it in the next sprint. It smells pretty good, if I say so myself. And then I just lay down for a bit on the couch, caught up on notifications, and just let my body have a little bit of rest and, switch to the evening, because it was literally like 1 minute I was on that work call and the other one I was studying. So I needed a little bit more of the transition time. So I think we are now ready for a chill evening. So that's good. Lunch is here, red to 51%. Amazing. What is for lunch? 138 pages into the reformatory now. Good job. Step workout done. Amazing. Yes, so I haven't been reading like quite yet. We will see after dinner, but my current read is In the Weeds by Vicky Borison. I started this 2 days ago, something like that. Well, I started it earlier this week, and this is book 2 in the Love Light series, I think it's called. The first book is Love Light Farms, which is a Christmas book that I read like the Christmas before the last, and I really enjoyed it. And it's a whole series. I think that it is like 4 books, something like that. Yeah, maybe 4, because like each book is supposed to like match a season. So the first one was Christmassy. This one is supposed to be springy. So, should be very appropriate. And so in this world, we have this Christmas farm. And in the first book, we follow the owner of the farm. And that was friends to lovers situation. And yeah, I think we follow the same group of people in the whole series. And yeah, in this book, we have the farmer. Yeah, the gardener farmer. And he had a like very random one night stand with a woman like at a conference. And months later, she appeared on the farm, and turns out she's like an influencer, and she's doing some competition or whatnot. And yeah, he's a bit butthurt because like she left without saying goodbye when they saw each other for the first time. So, and now he's like acting weird about her being an influencer. So I'm not sure how this one is going to go, but yeah, because I don't really like remember the characters that much from the first book, but I think he was all right in the first book. But yeah, so I guess it's, what trope is even that? Like, I don't know if we can call it like second chance, if they like only like were together for like 2 nights and were strangers, and they were like, they didn't get involved. There were no like plans or anything. So yeah, we will see how this one will turn out, but I'm glad we continue with the series because I wanted to get caught up and then also like read some of her other books that she has like outside of the series. But I was thinking that I might as well like continue with the series first and maybe then switch to the other ones. So yeah, I'm only on page 34 in this one, so not very far. So it would be good to make some progress tonight, hopefully. And it's an interesting copy because like I think it was like originally self-published, but now it's not. But like the copy still looks like if it was self-published. Like like the paper is like very white. I don't know. Like the format like reminds me of self-published books. But yeah, it's like a little bit floppy. Like it's all right. I'm gonna make käsespätzle with Brussels sprouts today, but I realized I need a casserole for that. And it is still in the dishwasher. Yeah, that is the worst when that happens. And yeah, Käsespätzle sounds good. Brussels sprouts don't like me, I think. But anything with cheese. But yeah, that is the worst, because like if it's dirty, like I don't want to wash it, but like if it's literally in the dishwasher, yeah. Read 60 pages. Wow, okay, that's a lot. I made and ate lunch. What was for lunch? Washed the dishes that spring. Amazing. Yeah, I also kind of started cleaning the kitchen because there are still dishes from last night. So I should also like do the dishes. And I'm running out of the dishwasher detergent as well. But yeah, I should clean the kitchen to like have a fresh start for tomorrow. I just have to heat up yesterday's fake chicken with peanut sauce. Sounds very good. Yeah, I've had some real chicken this week. I do like the fake chicken, but a lot of them have gluten. Like not all of them, but a lot of them that are like in my local store that I go to have it. But yeah, I know some of them don't. So yeah, I should just like. But you can really like stock up on that. Maybe like if you froze that, but not sure. But yeah, anyway, sounds amazing. I still have some leftover noodles that I had for lunch with peanut butter sauce. So I will still have that for tomorrow. So jealous. Yeah, it sounds amazing. Homemade vegan protein bagel with chocolate hazelnut spread and a banana. That sounds absolutely amazing. Homemade bagel. Wow. Yeah, I don't really bake like that, but I'm super impressed by that. I wanted to make a different dish today, but there was no room in the freezer for the sprouts, and I don't want them to go bad if they're unfrozen in the fridge. Yeah, so many obstacles with cooking. Yeah, it really is like that. So, rooting for a successful dinner for you. But yeah, I guess we can jump into the next sprint because I want to eat my dinner. Sprouts with balsamic vinegar is really nice. Yeah, can be. I think I haven't had it for a really long time. But all right, let's jump into the next sprint, 45 minutes again, and let's talk then. All right, that was our second sprint. How did you do? Margaret has joined. Hi.
Hi. Sorry, I was in the other room finishing my skincare routine.
Okay, nice.
So
How is it going today for you? Are you reading or doing something else?
I will be. I have so many things I need to do, Daniela. But I will be kind of probably. Let's see. I'm going to be going back and forth probably between reading and editing a video because I would like to get it up now. I don't know if that's happening, but I would like to. So, anyways,
Nice.
and I'm going to be reading Japanese Gothic today by Kylie Leander.
Haven't heard of that, but sounds good.
Yeah. What about you?
Well, in the first sprint, I cooked dinner. So now in the second sprint, I finally got a chance to eat it. So that was great. Yeah, had some loaded fries. And then I cleaned the kitchen, which I really didn't want to do, but I did. And
whoever does.
Yeah. But also, like, because I live in a studio, like, it makes such a difference because, like, I'm literally, like, staring at it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, now it's all nice and clean. Made myself peppermint tea, so.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm ready to chill. I think I will try to read and try not to be distracted by the phone.
I hear that.
Yeah, this is the current read, In the Weeds by
Very nice. Very nice. I don't have a physical copy of because I'm listening to it as an audio book. Because I got it from the library before I got it physically. So
but then you can also do other things while listening.
I can also do other things, and I have so much cleaning that I need to do. So, like, yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice multitask, but I don't think I would be able to focus that much because I struggle with it a little bit. Yeah. And for me, cleaning is not like super mindless. Like I still need to focus on it a little bit.
Yeah, I hear that. It depends on what I'm doing. Like if I'm doing the dishes, if I'm folding laundry, something really repetitive, it's pretty easy. If I'm doing something that like I actually need to use my brain for what I'm doing, I'll usually put on like a YouTube video or something else that I don't have to pay attention to as much. So
right, or like maybe like for me it's better like if it's like a memoir.
Yeah.
When like it's not a big deal if I miss a little bit. But yeah. Actually, the last time I listened to a book, like I was able to focus on it pretty well because I was doing like color by number on my phone. But
that's fun.
Yeah, that's like the thing that I feel like it's the right amount of stimulation and yeah. But yeah, the problem with that was that like the male narrator was really bad, like doing the female voice.
Oh no!
So it kind of like. Yeah, it brought the book down. So now I'm like a bit wary of fiction audiobooks.
That can really bring. Yeah, you're right. That can really bring a book down. I refuse to listen to the because I don't think they've changed the narrator. I refuse to listen to the Percy Jackson audiobooks, even though that's my favorite series, because the narrator is so whiny. I'm like, I can't deal with my dude.
I've actually never read Percy Jackson.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those series that you've either found it at the right time or you found it with your kids, right? So it's a really good middle grade series, especially if you like Greek mythology. But I do know a lot of people who've come to it as adults. It can really go either way, whether or not you end up loving it, right?
Yeah. So. Well, maybe I will give it one day a try. We will see.
Absolutely. I always encourage people to try it. Don't have to like it. I just say you should try it.
Yeah, because there are like however many books in the series and multiple series.
Yeah, there's 5 in the original series, and then there's 5 in the sequel series. So it's one of those that like I tell people like the first book wraps up pretty quickly, in a pretty good spot. So if you don't want to continue on with the series, that's fine. If you don't want to do the other series, that's fine. Like everything is kind of contained. some of the some of the sequel series you would need to have read the first series for.
Right.
But you could like read Kane Chronicles and it'd be fully like separate from Percy Jackson. Magnus Chase is a bit harder because he's related to one of the characters that we meet in the Percy Jackson series.
Okay.
But
did someone call it?
Yeah, no, I would just say start with, if you're interested in the Percy Jackson series, start with the first book and then see where you go from there.
Okay, well, I mean, it's like pretty low commitment when it's like a middle grade book.
Yeah.
So yeah. There are definitely series where like the commitment is worse. Like even getting through the first book. And people tell you like the series is going to get so much better. I'm not going to name names because I know some people in the chat really love the series that I DNF the first book of.
I feel like there are series that is like legitimate because the author learns as they go. I feel like if you don't like the first Percy Jackson book, while Rick does improve in certain things, like if middle grade isn't for you, it might be a harder one. Although I do feel like it is on par there with adult literature. But if the first book isn't for you, then likely none of his other books are going to be for you because he has the same kind of sense of humor in all of them. So like Rick has a specific type of character that he likes to write, and I don't hate him for it, but it's not everyone's cup of tea, for sure.
Okay, but it's like reasonably diverse, right? Or like at least the later ones.
Later ones are, yeah. Rick is one of the few authors that I've ever seen like handle being called out really, really well, because he takes the time to listen and step back before he responds. And then like there was an issue with one of his series where from what I understand, he'd listened to a friend of his who was Muslim and was doing things that it wasn't typical for how, I believe it was Ramadan, like the restrictions on Muslims for Ramadan. And so he put that in his book. People were like, hey, this isn't actually how it works. And so he ended up making a statement saying, hey, I am so sorry. I was operating off of bad information. All future, I can't do anything for what's in print, but we're going to update the ebook right away. And then all future print versions will have this corrected as well. He went in and corrected it, which was really nice.
Yeah, that's been my impression. Like I don't follow him or anything, but yeah. So that's a plus point.
But yeah, he is the one thing that I typically warn people about the first series, because it's middle grade and because it was written in the time period that it was written in, there is a bit of like underlying fat phobia that it probably want to pay attention to, right?
That's like so common in the like 90s and the noughties.
Yeah.
It was a time.
It was.
All right. Charlotte read 45 pages. That's so fast. Amazing.
That's good. How long were y'all sprinting for? I came in at like 25 minutes.
I'm doing like 45-minute sprints, and then like the last one, we will see how much time we have.
Nice. Yeah, so that's like a page a minute. Very nice.
Yeah. Groceries arrived. Dinner is in progress. Mowed the lawn. Found a package that was delivered on the 10th of March.
Oh no.
Where was it hiding? Like in the grass or something? Wow. Hopefully it wasn't anything perishable.
Yeah, I've heard so many stories, especially of like apartment complexes or condos, of packages being delivered to the wrong place or being delivered late.
I have like such problems with getting things delivered. Like to my apartment building, it doesn't really work because like if you get a package here, we don't have like a reception or anything, so they just like don't deliver. So like with stuff from my wish list, like that would just get returned. And then even like if I'm ordering something from abroad, they usually have some kind of problem, even if I like deliver to my work or my parents' house. Like for my Christmas parents, like not my Christmas parents, for my Christmas presents from like friends from my wish list, I had to like hunt for them because like I wasn't even like notified that there were some packages and they were like in a very random like pickup places. So Yeah,
that doesn't surprise me.
like
And
it
I'm sure
works
that
well like within the country, but if it's something from abroad, that's horrible.
yeah. And I'm sure that the bullshit that we're pulling over here is not helping. So
well, I wasn't ordering from the US because like that would
I
be
don't
like
blame you.
expensive even before that, but yeah.
Yeah, I know like import costs can be ridiculous from us. So
Now I need to know which series. Well, the you know the the first ordering, which I might still give a try sometime in the future, but I wasn't able to get through the first book. But it was during the pandemic, so
yeah. I missed the series. What was the series?
The Assassin's Apprentice, the first Eldering series. Not sure what it's called.
I have opinions about Robin Hobb that are not popular sometimes, so I will be quiet.
Yeah, it was just moving very slowly. But yeah, it was during the pandemic, and I had like a streak of DNFing a couple of books.
Yeah.
And I'm actually going to be like retrying one of them. I will be trying again Normal People by Sally Rooney, because that was also like part of that DNF spree. So
yeah,
but yeah, this is the thing that like people say gets that much better. Or I could try like the first ship book, like the Life Ship Traders.
Yeah, the live ships. I did not have a good time with that final book.
Okay.
That one was. I have that's where so here's the thing is I can see why Assassin's Apprentice is hard for some people, because there is a lot of animal death because of the situation that the main character is in.
I don't know if I even got there.
Like there's a whole thing going on with him, and I actually liked that series more until we got to the last book, but there's a specific plot line that I'm like, every time we go back to these two characters and what's going on with them, I want to set myself on fire. I don't like where I feel the story is going with them. So it's one of those things where I feel like Robin Hobb is really good for like she was, I don't know if I would say revolutionary for her time, but she was really important for that particular time. But I do have some issues with how she treats her women in her books, basically. So, but she is like, you got to respect the craft. Either Assassin's Apprentice or Royal Apprentice made my best books of the year one year.
Okay.
Yeah, it is a very slow book.
Like the beginning was so slow, and like the main character was a child for a long time, which I don't enjoy reading about. Yeah. And then like we were getting like so much of the random world building that didn't make any sense yet. So there just wasn't anything holding my attention. And I believe that it comes together like later, and it's like, but
it does. Or parts I can't say for sure, but from what I've read, it does. I like, she's very much that kind of 90s era of fantasy. So it makes sense, like kind of how things go with her.
Yeah, like I didn't even know about it like until I joined BookTube.
Oh yeah,
maybe yeah, but it like wasn't that popular here. I don't think people really know it here. I actually haven't checked if it's like even translated into Czech.
Yeah.
And like when I first heard about it, I thought that was a male name because like, it can be. So I wasn't interested that much. Like once I learned she was a woman, I became more interested.
Yeah, she was writing at a time when having a male sounding name was a benefit to her.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was a pseudonym, right? I think that's her actual name, but I'm not entirely sure on that. So but yeah, she definitely was in a very male dominated fantasy world at the time.
Oh yeah.
we kind of still are, especially when we're talking about that kind of grimdark or epic fantasy that she was writing.
Okay, totally just dropped Boosie's Mess, which is a fine powder. Oh my god, no.
Oh goodness. Oh no.
I hope you have some more. No, I have a shed that only stores the lawnmower, so didn't need to be in their area. Also didn't receive a note that it was in there. Book is fine though. Well, a surprise book. Maybe you have already like agreed with that if it was supposed to arrive like a month and a half ago, but yay, a new book. Yes, but first, Elden Ring is universally known to have a weaker first book. So this is the one series where I will be like, it does get better. Yeah, but who's going to like get me through those, I don't know, 300, 400 pages?
My DMs are open. So
okay. I even like owned it physically and unhold it by like I unhold a ton of books. So
I need to finish Assassin's Quest because whether or not I continue on and do the rest of the series is really going to depend on where we are at the end of Assassin's Quest. I've heard really good things about like the final series where it sounds like she's corrected some of the issues that I had, especially with live ships. But like it's been so funny having, well, she fixes it later in the series. I'm like, that doesn't mean that it's not worthy of critique right now in this
totally
in this book, in this series.
Yeah. So, I think like the final series is like a total.
It's
like everyone is totally like emotionally like distraught about that.
Yeah,
the full stage and those.
Yeah.
To me, it kind of sounds like bad things keep happening to the character, which is not something I like, and I'm not sure if it's like balanced,
I don't know that it is in the first series because there is just a lot of, I guess you could say trauma porn.
Yeah, like a little life.
I feel like Live Ships is a teeny bit better about that in the first and second book, but again, they're both like, it is what's considered grim dark as a fantasy series, so things are going to be like really dark and hard for the main characters.
Okay. I thought it was more like epic, even though nothing was happening in the first one. But okay.
Yeah, I primarily, so I feel like there is a specific ship that I am invested in, and I'm like, okay, would she do this though in the 90s?
Yeah.
And I have hope because my ship is also the title of the third series. So there is that.
Well, fingers crossed. Even though, yeah, we don't know if like she will make them happy. Probably not.
I
know. Royal Apprentice is a 5-star for me as well. Well,
yeah, it was very good. Yeah, the ending and the fact that she just, I felt like kind of didn't know what to do with the original character that kind of started the series. It kind of felt like she'd written herself into a character and just kind of threw an ending at that character that did not match with what that character had wanted at the beginning, and we don't see her change that until like 3/4 of the way through the final book, in my opinion. So
okay. And I think it's not her real name. She writes under 2 names for you.
Okay. I mean, I don't blame her. People get weird.
Yeah. I absolutely need to continue Realm of the Elder Rings. Kitty side-eyeing me. I wasn't even aware that you haven't finished. I kind of just assumed that like people who are like reading mostly fantasy have finished, but okay, you probably need to. Is Fitz older than 50 in the third series? Because then I can count that for our fantasy.
I don't think so. I think he's in his like, I feel like at least where we are in Assassin's Quest, he's in like his early to mid 20s. And I think that this happens like, the third series happens like 10 or so years after, because it happens after Live Ships. And based on, okay, there's a character that appears in Live Ships that you don't realize is a character you've seen in the Farseer trilogy until the very end of the book. But based on that character's age in the Live Ships trilogy, I'm feeling like 10, 15 years. So
yeah, because like in fantasies, like they sometimes like not even talking about like the exact age, right? It's not like I
Yeah.
just like celebrated my 53rd birthday. Like you might get like, oh yeah, like some years have passed and
Yeah, they don't. I feel like Fitz's age is really important in that first book or so, and
yeah.
then from there it's not as important. So it kind of gets a bit vaguer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, what could be like a good book for? Is the problem just like a character in their 50s or like older
It
than
needs to be a character that is older than 50. So
okay.
potentially if you get to the final series to Brain Wilds, that might work.
Yeah.
Oh, well, no, okay, never mind. You've already read Life Ships. Yeah, basically. I feel like Life Ships has protagonists that are older than 50 for people, especially like if you get into the second and the third book.
Or
But
like
specifically
yeah.
with kids, no.
Or like Kings of the Wild, right? But Cleo has already read that. And
Yeah.
otherwise, I'm not that aware of like many fantasy books with older protagonists, but I'm sure they're out there.
There's I looked it up on Goodreads. I'm going to be reading a book called Old Man's War by John Scalzi. It's his first novel, so I'm a little nervous going into it because I know he's good now. Like I'm like I know where he stands on certain things, but I'm like, but how does he write 20 years ago? So
Right.
it'll be interesting.
We know the ship. Yeah, I mean, is it the Fitz and the Fool?
Yes, I liked it.
Okay, even I have heard about that, you know.
Yeah, I remember picking up because I ended up getting like these. My library has the special editions that have illustrations in them, and I was like, "Did Robin Hood mean to make this gay? Does she know how gay this is?" Or at least appears to be. It was very funny.
Okay. Yeah, Cleo, how about finishing Tony Man first? Which you thought Cleo meant the third Fitz trilogy? Yeah, I was thinking that sounds like from later on. So yeah, the first two series. I'll get to that in like 2035. I mean, that sounds like distant future, but it will be right here. Because he will probably be 50 then. Oh, you have DNF Kings of the Wild. Okay. Well, you probably can't. You wouldn't be able to count that, right? DNF.
Yeah.
Also, like on the topic of r/fantasy, like I'm not participating because I read a lot of books that don't have any fantastical elements. So I was thinking that like in a while I will just like check if I have accidentally checked off something. But yeah, I watched someone's video and then I went to look up the like official board, and the first thing that came up was actually the April Fool's version, and I didn't realize it first. And I was like, what is this?
I had when I did my R Fantasy TBR, that is what came up first, and like I clocked at the beginning that it was a joke post, and then I was like, no wait, but I'm not seeing, and then I talked myself into it being the real thing, and then when I clocked that it was like, I was like, why is there no acknowledgement that that's what this is, so people aren't wasting their time on this?
Yeah, because like there was like the hard mode, and those were like insane, but I was like, well, it's a hard mode, so like
yeah, it was all hard mode. I was like, okay, interesting. And like some of the prompts actually were really clever. Like it's well put together. I just didn't like the execution of how it was presented. I cut out a lot in that video of me just being like, I feel like shit now.
Hi.
So it was an interesting experience. But yeah, I'm not trying to black out the bingo board for our fantasy this year. I'm just trying to get like 1 or 2 bingos.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing as well. I'm working on another bingo board because I'm doing the spring reading challenge by Victoria from What Victoria Read. And like I made like a whole TBR for the whole board, and now I'm like, I will be lucky if I get like 1 row or 1 column, because yeah, it's running like March, April, May, and
I feel that.
I have read like so few books, so yeah, change your plans.
I feel that, man.
Amina is only in her 40s.
Yeah, she's like, I want to say mid 40s. Because I definitely I double checked her age so that to see if I could count book 2 for our fantasy, because I would have then read book 2. So
I'm actually reading a book that accidentally fits hard mode for the unusual transportation thing.
nice.
Is it the prompt, like the unusual transportation? I thought it would be like more specific, like, a specific kind of unusual transportation.
Yeah, so the prompt is specifically like transportation that is unusual for hold on, there's like two parts of it. Part of it is like something that's not like your normal mode of transportation, and then something that is like specifically odd for the world, I think is the second level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if it's like a fantasy and then they suddenly have cars, it will probably count.
Yeah.
Okay. How are you doing, Neva? Have you slept?
Sure.
Yeah.
Lay down.
Okay.
Well, I lay down, but also because of the timing of when my second segment ended, Ari was already awake by the time I laid down.
Yeah.
So sleeping, I suppose it depends on your definition. Not because it's anybody's fault, but just because like I have mom ears if she's awake. So
Right.
it can appear that I'm asleep, but I really hear everything.
Yeah, normally like the 3 a.m. slot would be great for me, but yeah, I was working, so this was like my only option, basically.
Yeah.
Unusual in our world and in the books genre. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then hard mode was not.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Not powered by
Power?
Yeah. So like not I can't how did they like there was something about like not being steam powered, for example.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it like they were very interesting prompts. So
yeah. And here they write turtles. I mean, I think you won. You won the unusual transportation, even though, I mean, probably not great for them, right? Now that I think about it.
That's funny.
The last contract of Aizako might fit the older protagonist one. Okay. Well, all right, we have chatted for a bit. So let's jump into the next sprint. Let's do 45 minutes again, and we will update each other after that. So yeah, let's go. All right, that was the next sprint. How did you do? I read something, which is an accomplishment, but not that much. I read 10 pages from Into Eats. One of the main characters is an influencer, and the way it is talked about is just so weird. I know this is like super common in books that like some authors just write about influencers like in a weird way, and like I don't know that much about like high level influencer marketing, but yeah, it's just a bit weird because like they talk about her making videos and then they refer to it as a blog, and then like apparently she has 1 million followers, but she feels like she has to accept like all of the sponsorships. So yeah, it's a bit weird. But yeah, now she's decided that she's going to take a break and she's going to get back to the farm where she met the other main character, whom she had a 2-night stand with. So yeah, I was very distracted. So, but I opened it, which is an accomplishment. How did you do, Margaret? You're muted.
Fully distracted by social media, to be honest. It's an interesting time over on my threads right now.
Ooh.
I kid you not, by 10 a.m. in the morning, I'd seen multiple people go, I don't understand why Americans introduce themselves by city and state. And then like another couple people go, I don't understand why Americans will call themselves a German American or Italian American. And I'm like, I understand that it doesn't make sense if you're not American. But did you ever consider that it might make sense for Americans?
I have seen both of those discourses. I feel like that's been like popping up.
It happens so often. And I have so many people going, well, yeah, but we feel like our questions when we're questioning, like, why did you vote the way you voted is valid. And I'm like, specified cultural questions. I'm not talking about voting.
Yeah, I mean, the city and the state.
Yeah.
Kind of makes sense. Like, why not? Like,
yeah, it makes sense because we're so large and so many of us are never going to leave the United States because they just don't have the money to do that. And then when like, and I don't expect people to know the history. I don't expect people to know why things are the way that they're in America, but it's one of those things that it's like, Google's right there. Google is right there.
Yeah.
So.
And sometimes I feel like people are maybe like underestimating our knowledge of U.S. geography because like, I mean, I mean, like I'm different, like because I studied English and I like looked at the map for fun, and I was like learning the states, which like I don't remember. Like I probably wouldn't do it correctly right now, but like I have a decent idea where like each of the state is,
Yeah, well, you probably have a better idea than I do of where each state is. Like if you named the state, I could tell you where it was, but I don't know if I could name all 50 states off the top of my head at this point.
Oh yeah, I remember that when I was like 17, I was working at a call center as like a part-time job, and it was like pretty boring. It was so like we were just like maybe like people weren't responding, and like I remember that for fun I tried to write down all of the 50 states.
Oh my God.
I did pretty well. Maybe like I missed some, like I think I missed like Missouri or something.
To be fair, a lot of us forget Missouri exists.
Yeah.
You're not alone. No offense to any Missourians out there. Just we I think we do. Less so now that Taylor Swift is dating someone who plays football there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Kansas City is not in Kansas. well,
yeah, I guess I know that because like because of like I listened to the like Gretchen Rubin podcast, And
yeah,
she's from Kansas City, and I think they kind of discussed that.
Interesting. Yeah. But yeah, it's like, it's so funny to have all of the Americans like chiming in, like, yeah, it's so silly that they ask this question. Like, when people ask me this question, it feels so silly. And then like, I've got a couple of people who appear to be European who are like, yeah, well, you're voting, and I'm like, that's not the topic though. Stay on topic. So
I mean, yeah, Threads is an interesting space. I was kind of resisting for a bit, but then I was missing something like Twitter, and I'm not on X anymore.
yeah.
So I got on there. I mean, right now there's like BookCon drama.
Yeah, the BookCon drama.
Which like I have thoughts about as a you know, person with disabilities, about how they're talking about authors like handling like the long days with like not great conditions.
Oh, so I feel like a lot of it simply comes down to and we can, like, I'm not gonna deny that it is there is definitely a lot of like race and gender playing here. That this is being expected of her. We're seeing this about Tracy Deonn, and not necessarily seeing it about white authors who probably had the same reaction at some point or had to ask for clarification for some point. But it is such, like, the thing that people are mad about was such a non-issue. Like, I watched the video, and I remember when I was watching the video, I was like, she legitimately waits to see if this person waits for this person to take a breath before she asks a question. And I follow a lot of authors, and I absolutely like understand. I understand why that would have been a disappointing encounter for the person in question, and why people might feel disappointed. I also understand that that is an encounter that happens with a dozen people, and it's not a big deal. Like, it's just, that's what you got. And it did not need to be made into the big deal that it was.
I didn't see the video, but yeah, I just heard stuff that like the authors don't get like, you know, like their own toilets. They're like, they have to go to the same toilet to queue as the attendees, which is like,
which is wild to me. Because so here's the thing. I don't know if people in the audience know this, but BookCon and New York City Comic Con are put on by the same company in the same center. So it's in the Javits Center. I know that things were kind of squashed because they only had like half of the Javits this year. But for New York City Comic Con, the talent has their own bathroom. It's really far. From what I understand, it's like far away, but they do have their own bathroom so that they don't have to deal with those long lines.
Yeah.
And then, like, it sounds like there was a lot of like way too many people going like from thing to thing to thing to thing with no breaks planned in between. It sounds like they really dropped the ball on several levels. And then there's also some stuff that I'm like, you know, if y'all had paid attention, like especially on the con-goers part, I was like, if you had gone and like watched blogs of people who've gone before, you would have known to expect this. Because it sounds very similar to my personal experience. Like, the majority of people that I know that went to BookCon, including myself in 2019, did not walk away with a ton of arcs. Like, we walked away with like 3 or 4, and they weren't the big name arcs. So anyways, that's how I rant on this.
Yeah, I saw one video from like an attendee, and just like the queues beforehand, there was something else, you know. Like I go to concerts, so like I'm used to queues and like people queuing, but this was something else. And then also like one author that I watched, who was also like talking about how like people go there and they think they're going to get so many free books, and like especially the smaller authors, like you know, they don't even like break even, maybe.
They don't. And then the other thing that we have to keep in mind is somebody was trying to tell me that it's usual for them to just print several thousand arcs, and I'm like, that doesn't that doesn't jive with what I know of the publishing industry pre-2020. But ARCs are even rarer now than they were, right? So, like, it is what it is. But it was very interesting to see, just see how people were not getting it. So.
Yeah, and then the second half of my threads is like about a certain therapist, but we won't talk about it.
I haven't looked into that yet. I'm like, every time we go, I was like, I have yet to find someone who's talked about that I'm not like, can we get to the point? I'm so bored already. Tell me the drama, then give me the explanation.
Yeah, so. I mean, yeah, I don't spend that much time on threads, but it seems that like, I mean, and I don't like interact on threads, so like I kind of lurk, but I don't use it as another like active social media, at least yet. So I don't interact with anything, you know. I read it, so like maybe like I click it open, and probably based on that, like that's like all that I get served. So like I get like all of the like threads about that, and yeah. Luckily, it stayed away from my TikTok, even though I like he was like popping up on my TikTok like a few years ago, and then I stopped watching, so not anymore. But like, what a time! But anyway, had dinner and watching One Piece. Nice. Did you like start from the beginning or rewatched from the beginning? But it is a rewatch, right? Finished the Fire in. Amazing. Good job. I totally had to Google today how far apart Louisiana and Florida are. I mean, that's pretty, like, relatively, like the same corner, kind of.
What was it, like 16 hours, Kitty? Well, it would be 16 hours, I think, from where I am. Maybe. It takes like 7 hours to get out of. I'm in Florida, so it takes like 7 hours. If you are starting from Miami, it takes like 7 hours to get out of Florida. And then from where I am, which is for people that know the area around Tampa, it takes like 6.5, depending on which. It can be 4 to 6 hours, depending on which direction you're going.
You know, what's also funny is that like we are not used to measure distances by like how long the drive will take. Yeah. So like it doesn't mean anything to me, to be honest. Like,
yeah, I mean,
if we go to my parents' house, it is 2 hours. I don't really do like longer road trips regularly, so like 20 hours by car, like, yeah. And I also don't drive, so like I don't have any like reference to like how many hours I would be able to drive in a day, and like, you know, well, so like if I have to like do it in 2 days or 3 days, so yeah. But like when it comes to a plane, I have a bigger reference, even though like my longest flight in my life was 5 hours. So also like when I do a big flight, that will be a first one.
I think well, yeah, I think that's about the longest that my longest flight's been as well. I think 6 hours is the most I've ever flown.
Right.
Yeah. So
because like 5 hours is from here to the Canary Islands, and I've been there 3 times, so that was the longest. But also sometimes I wanted to, you know, save money, so I had a layover.
Yeah, the layovers are what get you. I've had a few where like I don't think I've had a single one where I was actually going over an ocean that there wasn't a massive layover. So yeah,
but I can really like bring the cost down, which is amazing. And yeah, I even do like overnight layovers, but
yeah,
when I like actually like just like stay at the airport. But I've done that like on the way back home, so like I knew that like I'm going to spend the night at the airport, and then I can get home and crash. I think if I did it like on the way there, that might be like a lost day or something.
Yes, I think I've had to do that, a red eye on the way back as well. I was like, okay, I can try and sleep on this plane. It's fine.
Oh man. Well, that really depends.
Yeah. Truly does.
Tanzania was 11 hours. Yeah, that's like with Africa, it's like it's much bigger than it looks on the map. So then,
yes. The only like foreign countries that I've been to have been Canada and Ireland. And Ireland was like we had a huge old layover, but like it was a 6-hour flight from I think we left from New York to we didn't land in a major city. I can't remember where we landed. It was a small little airport, but it was from there to the airport that we went to. We might have had a stopover, like a quick jump from Heathrow, but I don't remember that entirely. That was 10 years ago.
Well, I was just in Ireland a few weeks ago. Yeah.
Nice.
China was the longest I've done, I guess. Don't remember, 15 or so. But 15, yeah. I think it's around like 12 to Singapore.
Yeah, the Pacific will get you. So.
Also, like right now, you know, the routes might be different because avoiding West Asia.
Yeah.
And longest ride would have been from Bryce Canyon to Grand Teton. Okay. I'm kind of lost here.
Those are national parks in the United States.
Okay.
Grand Tetons are like, oh my God, okay. I don't know where Bryce Canyon is, but I know the Grand Tetons are like smack dab in the middle of like the northern part of the United States. So yeah, that probably, and they're probably coming from somewhere either south or west. Like I would expect kind of in the somewhere like California, New Mexico, that kind of region.
Like 2 6-hour drives with a stop in Salt Lake. Well, I know where that is.
Yeah, that's in Utah. So I'm guessing we're coming from California.
We used to go to Rome by bus with school. That was also 12 hours. But I would never drive there myself. Nope. I mean, yeah, we also went like by bus to Berlin. That's not even that far, but still, that put me off of like long distance buses. Yeah, like it was, yeah. Now that I'm seeing people who do like long distance buses in Asia.
Yeah.
And like all kinds of like, there's also like all kinds of stories, like how she asked the driver if she can go to the bathroom, and he said yes, and then he just left her there. So, and like fortunately she had her phone, so she like phoned her friends, and like fortunately like they came back for her, but like she was just stranded at her like random petrol station.
What the
yeah,
heck?
like in the middle of nowhere, like not speaking the language, you know, like yeah, really horror stories.
Good Lord.
Bryce is near
Zion. Okay, so it's Utah. That makes sense.
That's why we haven't been here yet. I mean, I'm going to take the train. I think. I think I'm going to take the train, even though like there seem to be like some, you know, disruptions of the normal schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But you said it was like 6 hours, so like, and also like if there's a toilet on the bus, that's a bit of a different conversation, even though like the toilets on the bus are horrible. But otherwise it's just like so much more claustrophobic. But the train makes no sense. You see, I have a plan. I have a plan. I mean, the plan is just forming because, you know, but we will figure it out. I will get there. And like I would rather take more hours on the train.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Not
because
rush.
This is like so much more comfortable, and yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I dislike buses. I really dislike even like city buses, because like for years I lived in a neighborhood where you had to take the bus, and now I don't. Like now I can take the tram, or like walk to the metro if I'm really feeling ambitious. But and like and then like yeah. So basically, I don't take the buses anymore on the daily basis, and when I did, I realized like how much I hated it, then like how much it is better, because like the buses are like smelly and make me a bit nauseous, and yeah, it's it's a whole thing. So like trams, I love trams. So yeah.
I wish that we had some good bus systems where I personally live, because I've seen what it can be like. We didn't have a train in Gainesville, but when I was at college, they had a really like on point bus system because the university invested in the local bus system, because they didn't want students bringing their cars, basically, because the campus there is a dedicated green space, blah blah blah. But like, God, the bus system where I live is so bad. Like, what would have taken me 20 minutes in Gainesville is a 2-hour drive, or a 2-hour like bus.
I can imagine, yeah. Like compared to you, we have an amazing public transport system, and also like even like Prague compared to London, like the cost is like, I like with the yearly pass, I basically pay like 50 cents a day.
Yeah.
Like London could never like this. I think last time I went there, like the public transport was maybe like even more expensive than the flights, which is just insane.
Lord. Yeah.
Bus is 5 hours, has toilet. Does a person fit into that room even? Train is comfortable though. Yeah, team train. Best mode of transportation. That's for sure.
I wish we had good trains here.
Oh yeah. You have to change train 3 times at least. Well, I might go like somewhere else and then like maybe like sleep there and then make it to the next day or something like that. We will see. We will discuss. Bus is direct. Yeah, I mean, if it was like changing the bus in the middle of nowhere, that would be even worse. Even better, you get to stretch your legs when you change trains. Yeah. You two just need to come here to solve this problem. Which problem?
I think our bus problem is what they're referring to. God, listen, I would love it if we had decent public transportation here. So
yeah,
I know it's better in some places than others, but
I'm very lucky and happy that I don't have to have a car. And even when I was like growing up in a small town, we didn't have a car, which was annoying, but you know, it was a walkable small town, and there were like buses to the next bigger town, running like, you know, several times a day. So we managed. It's Deutsche Bahn, you will never get the connection. Okay. I had zero issues with Deutsche Bahn when I went to Venice. I guess I also didn't have problems with Deutsche Bahn, but I don't have that much experience.
Yeah.
I landed in Bolzano with a good luck with the rest of the journey, but that was Austrian train, right? So, yeah, that reminds me when I was going from London to Edinburgh. And like suddenly they were like, and I was taking like the western route, like it wasn't like the coastal route. I was taking the like, we were going through like Manchester, and because it was cheaper, and even that it was like horribly expensive. And then like there were some murmurs and people were like, oh, this train might be stopping, and I was like, what is happening? And then they kicked us out at a like random town. Like I had to look at Google Maps like where I am. I was like in the middle of the UK, and it was like, you know, it was almost the evening. But yeah, fortunately, like another train arrived, and I got to Edinburgh, but like, you know, later than I would like. So yeah, and that's like, you know, a few years later when you didn't have Google Maps, like I would be like so lost in the general, because like I have no sense of direction. But like if you just landed somewhere and you didn't know where you were.
yeah, you're not thinking you're going to bring a map with you. It's not like, because like I have a map of the US thrown in my car just in case.
Okay.
But like, you're not. I wouldn't bring that with me if I was going on a plane or a train.
Yeah.
So.
Well, all right. Let's do one last sprint, and I guess we can do like 25 minutes. So
yeah,
then
that sounds good.
we have a few more minutes before you take over.
Yep. Give us a couple of minutes to chit chat. Maybe I'll actually get some work done this time.
Okay. Good intentions.
Good intentions always.
Okay, so let's jump into the last one and let's talk again in 25.
Hello.
Hello.
How did I do? That's a good question. We didn't do math. Okay. Y'all, this book, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm invested.
Okay, that's good.
Yep. So hold on. I got to page 51%. I got to page 172. So that was like 5 pages. Because I went down and I switched over some laundry before I started listening to things. Yeah, this book is wild, and I'm enjoying it. I also have no idea what's going on. I'm like, there's so many things that it could be right now, and I'm trying to put all the pieces together and figure out what's going on, and it's just like, got more stuff for you, more surprises. So anyways.
Okay, that sounds really good.
So far,
yeah. Yeah, you're kind of freezing, but the sound is mostly good. Yeah.
Okay. I can't, unfortunately, that's probably just my internet at the moment. Let me see if opening the door helps.
Okay, I read like 11 pages, so that's pretty good for me these days. And now it turns out that the main character has sensory issues, and like they were introducing an aid, so I like that. And yeah, the talk about social media continues to be weird because there was like a 60-year-old person who referred to TikToks as talks, which I don't know. Like, first of all,
interesting.
Like, I'm pretty sure my father has never heard of TikTok, but okay, maybe it's different in the US, but like talks, that's just weird.
Wild.
And yeah, the main character who's, I don't know, late 20s, so maybe early 30s, he's like, yeah, he's kind of I don't care about social media. I don't know anything about social media.
Yeah, I have run into that. There are people like that. It's like, okay.
Yeah, and yeah, he was kind of weird about her like being an influencer, and like I've had that happen actually. Like once on a dating site, I was talking to someone. I don't know why, but yeah, and I kind of mentioned that like I make videos, and he was like, and like I probably even said like videos about books or something, and he was like, that sounds suspicious. And I was like, okay.
That's such an odd thing. Books is such an innocuous thing that you could make videos about. Like that is one of the chillest things you could make videos about.
Yeah, right. Nah, and he was also like super sporty, so we were unmatched soon after that.
Yeah, don't blame me, man.
Okay, shall we finish the walking? Amazing.
Nice.
Congrats. Finish my episode of One Piece, and now back to the reformatory. Okay.
Oh, that's a good book. I haven't finished it, but I've read it.
Okay. So like, it's like soft DNF or something?
Oh, so no, it was okay. I lost Libby Chicken. And I haven't had a chance to get it back yet when I actually can read it. It's set in Florida. It's really, really well written. I keep meaning to get back to it, but then other stuff comes up.
Yeah.
So I haven't finished it, but I do recommend it even though I haven't finished it.
All right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm like scared of horror, so not sure.
Yeah.
Also,
this one is a little bit more not existential. It's like kind of a gothic house horror kind of vibe. And we definitely we have some ghosts. We have people like there's hauntings going on. Our main character can see dead people. But it's not, at least up to the point that I got, like it's graphic historically, but it's not graphic like physically, right?
Okay. So. Because I read like one of the first horrors that I read was Horror Store, and they just had like some like gross scenes, and I was like, I'm not into that. Like I don't mind like gross that much usually, or when it's like psychological, like I can get behind on that, but like straight up like gross scenes or like body horror, like I don't want to read that for fun. But
Well,
I know some
and
people.
Grady Hendrix tends to be gross anyway. Like his like, I mean, I like Grady Hendrix, but he does lean into the gross, the grossness.
Yeah.
See, Kingfisher might be one to try if you're looking, especially the historical horror, because I mean, there's still some like What Moves the Dead still has some body horror, but it's much more existential horror in that one.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to try something by her, and I was like eyeing the like Paladin's Grace, but maybe also one of the horrors.
Yeah, but
Cages by Blood by Salt. Okay, great. I was scared this would be as bad as Nickel Boys, but so far I can read it more easily, but not so.
That's nice.
Okay.
I don't think I've read Nickel Boys just yet.
All right. So I think we can wrap up here. And yeah, the last segment is on my Grace channel. If you are already inside a playlist, it should take you there automatically. If you're not inside the playlist, there is a link to the playlist in the description. So you can just click on that and then click on the last part. But yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out. Yeah, thanks for sprints as well. And yeah, so have a great rest of the day, everyone. And yeah, we will see you next time. Okay, bye.